Committee of the Whole is back in order. Colleagues, at this time, we are on Chapter 3, Section 3 on Health, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Mr. Speaker.
I'm fine.
Senator Gumatauto. Senator Barnett. We are in Health, Chapter 3, Section 3, Part 3, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. 5 minutes in this round. One round.
Sidos Masi, Mr. Chair, buenas tardes to the people of Guam watching us on a Sunday. I'd like to get BBMR in, if that's possible. Or, dispensa OFB, yeah.
Sure. Well, 1 minute recess. Committee of the Whole is back in order. We have Office and Finance and Budget with us. Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Sidos Masi Tatlu, Mr. Chair, and Menanasidos to the, or good afternoon to the Office of Finance and Budget. Director Guerrero, if you could go over again how you do with the EBR comparative breakdown with what's in the sub-bill. We're on Chapter 3, Part 3, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center.
Okay,
I'd like to also remind you that you're still under oath, right? We don't need to swear you in every chapter.
You got it.
Okay.
We're ready. Chapter 3, Part 3. That will be Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Your FY26 appropriation level was $25.2 million. For FY27, their appropriation level is the request is 30.3 million, which is an increase of 5.1 million over the FY26. OFB gave them an increase of 2.2 over the FY26 level, and that would be the total that you see here on their budget requests.
Okay, so Mr. Carlson in his list of concerns about Substitute Bill 266 had cited reduced funding for GBWIC, 2.9 million reduction versus EBR will impact contracts for patients to include Level 2 residential services, drop-in and resource center for homeless, Gumat Mami, youth therapeutic group home, the Laddie Treatment Center, inpatient meals, doctors on-call fees, medications, and medical supplies. So do you care to respond to that?
Yes, Senator. Again, we contacted basically the director, the recipient.
Oh, the director this time.
Fortunately, this time it's the director.
All right.
And we spoke to her, and at the end of the conversation, she said that she will work whatever she has. Whatever's being appropriate in the law.
They seem to
she
say
would
that a
work with
lot,
that.
huh? Whatever you give us, we'll be okay with it?
Whatever she says.
Yeah. Do you read the news?
Yesterday,
Mr. Guerrero?
Pardon?
Do you read the news or you watch the public hearings?
Oh, no, Senator, I'm just saying, in our conversation with her, discussing her FY27 appropriation level, at the end of the conversation, she said, Steve, we'll work with whatever levels you provide us in the appropriation bill. That was her response to us.
When was that?
I think that conversation, Senator, actually happened about 2 weeks ago in the preparation of the budget, development of the budget level. And I believe in this case, the director actually called our office. And that's how the conversation started.
Okay, because there was a hearing and GBWIC had sought $4 million because of federal funding cuts under the Trump administration that will impact child care development grants, mental health fund. What's in jeopardy with the loss of this $5.3 million in federal funding, crisis response, drug treatment, family stabilization service, the mobile crisis response team, which responds to suicide, the children's home services, autism services, and therapeutic group homes. This was all over the news in the beginning of June. That's why I ask if you read the news or watch the hearings, because you seem to be having these conversations with representatives from the agencies, directors in some cases, and you're saying they're telling you this, they're telling you that, but they're actually contacting senators and they're saying that you're not being honest with the conversations that you had with them. They're saying that you're misrepresenting what they said or flat out making it up. So, I mean, I've just about had it. You know, we've asked many times to get the different representatives from the agencies in here, and this is exactly why, because you're telling us one thing, and they're telling us the opposite.
Well, Senator, whatever conversation they have with whoever they have with, I mean, that's their prerogative. My conversation with the directors,
Yeah, but
the financial people and
Mr.
stuff
Guerrero,
like that,
I mean, you brought
I
up
take that
Mr. Ken
verbatim.
Blah's dispensa. You brought up Mr. Ken Blah's, and
Yes.
he's messaged members of the body that say he doesn't even know what you're talking about.
Well, Senator,
So that's why I asked, do we need to swear you in at the beginning of every chapter? Because there appears to be a disconnect from what you're telling us and what these agencies are telling us. And maybe that's why the chair and the majority doesn't want us to be able to ask these agencies questions. Because what's being left out of this budget, it's shocking. Residential treatment for drug addicts, autism services, suicide mobile response. So why weren't these items included in this substitute bill? I mean, it's everybody on the island knows about these Trump cuts and their impact to all of the different agencies.
Senator, whatever conversation goes on out there, whether it be in budget hearings, oversight hearings, stuff like that, I'm sure there's validity in those conversations. But what I take to heart is my conversation when it comes to the budget.
Yeah,
And
Mr. Guerrero,
when you-
but dispensa
Can I,
taco, but
can I
you're
answer your
saying
question?
that the director
You're not
said,
allowing me to answer your question,
I'll
sir.
give you an opportunity.
Okay, go ahead.
You're saying the director said, oh, hunky-dory, we're all good. But apparently that's not the case, because there was no consideration to include funding for the services that are being jeopardized, cut, eliminated due to President Trump's federal funding cuts. So let me just re-ask the question, Mr. Guerrero. So the director said she's good with whatever you're going to give. Apparently everybody's saying that until you ask them what was actually said. So why weren't these items included in the substitute bill?
Let me remind everybody here. The executive budget for FY25 DBR came in at 91 million over FY26 level. 91 million. In our proposed budget, of course, we're looking to fund whatever services we can fund with the level we feel is reasonable and is going to be adopted. That revenue level included a 0.5% reduction in the BBT, which amounted to about 43 million. That alone will tell anybody that we cannot, and it's almost impossible to fund everything at the level. So
Thank you for that.
Taking that into account, that's why
basically
we
you're
couldn't
saying-
fund everything at the level that the departments are asking.
Let me translate, because you still haven't answered the question, but basically what you're saying is because we chose to give another $40 million tax break to the big businesses in this budget bill, we can't afford to fund in the bill services for kids with autism, a mobile suicide response team, services for those who are struggling with substance abuse. These are the people who are being cut out of the picture so that we can give another big tax break to the biggest of the big businesses. That's what you're saying, right?
Thank you, Senator. That's your time. Vice?
He could still answer the question, Mr. Chair.
Of course he can.
Yeah,
I
so I'd
didn't say
appreciate
don't answer
that.
the question.
Yeah. Well, you went to Vice right after, so at least give Mr.
I'm not
Guerrero
recognizing Vice. I'm
an
asking him to
opportunity.
come up here.
Yeah, well, if you could just give Mr. Guerrero the opportunity.
He will. He's ready to go.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sure he is. I just also want to remind you you're under oath.
Oh, absolutely, Senator. I've never forgotten that, just to let you know. But what I'd also like to say is, considering the task at hand of appropriating the revenue levels we have adopted for 27, or at least we're proposing for 27, we took into consideration the department lapses. That in itself is, will help offset some of the costs. I've also been told that they are in the process of seeking federal grants to fund some of these programs. The only thing that they told us is
The
that you may
question,
not.
Mr. Guerrero, was why weren't the services being impacted by these
Senator,
federal
your-
funding cuts
your
included
time
in the
is already
budget? I
up,
know,
and he
Mr.
answered your
Vice
question.
Speaker, respectfully,
Yeah, he
my time
answered
is
your
up because
question.
he's not answering the question.
He answered your question. Thank
He
you.
didn't answer it.
He did
He
answer
did not answer
He
it.
answered your question. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
He didn't answer it, Vice Speaker. The question was, why weren't these services funded in this substitute budget bill? That's the question, not the long story about how
Senator, if you look at the programs, some of these programs weren't requested in the FY27 budget, in the requests. Okay, we weren't informed that these programs existed. So at the time we were putting this together, how would I know to fund something if I didn't know existed? I'm asking your question. That's why they weren't funded, because we didn't know about it at the time.
Senator Dueñas, you're recognized.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. We'll get back to a little bit of decorum here, Director. How much is GIBWIC currently lapsing?
Senator, for the current, as of May, the CER report this year, you're lapsing about $903,000.
903,000?
Yes. In September last year, in 25, they lapsed $2 million. And in the FY24 audit, they lapsed $347,000.
You indicated that there was emerging programs that GIBWIC was entering into, and our discussions at OFB with them, that we would be working with them to fund those programs. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
When they receive their budget at the current level and they're lapsing, and traditionally, hasn't it been your observation that this late in the fiscal year, essentially, that'll either stay static or maybe even increase by the time the fiscal year is over?
Conceivably, Senator, if they utilize the current appropriation level, it should satisfy basically the requirements if they stick within the program and appropriation level set forth in their Budget Act. Any lapses from prior year would most likely again fall into lapses in the current fiscal year.
Meaning they basically have that budget going into next fiscal year intact. And then you increase their budget by $2 million, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Lester, I want to do this exercise just because, excuse me, I worked with him too. Steve, I want to do this exercise just because I think we can't overemphasize this. We still have, based on our levels, a $1.404 billion budget. Is that correct in terms of what's being proposed in the substitute bill?
If you include all fund sources, yes, Senator.
Steve, how hard was it when you were down at BBMR to process a journal voucher or allowances to be able to move money within agencies, categories?
Senator, we're talking about 13 years ago when I was at the Bureau of Budget. But I don't think there's much difference in its operation as we speak today. What makes a big difference is the way budgets are passed. In the past, we've had different types of budget processes that we utilize, and was finally became into law. We had line item budgeting, which restricts the movement of money between object classes. We had lump sum appropriations the way we have now, which gives basically the authority to the agency heads to utilize those funds as deemed proper and appropriate. So in terms of processing and requisition, purchase orders, contracts, and stuff like that, they come to the Bureau of Budget for one thing, for certification of funds. And normally those certification of funds are pegged against allotments that have been already released to the agencies. That is the only way the agencies can certify against these documents. They don't certify against their appropriation. They certify against allotments. And the reason why for the allotments, it's a budgetary control to make sure that the government is collecting the revenues as it anticipates to collect throughout the year. And there are mechanisms there to safeguard that control.
So, Steve, if an agency director and a fiscal officer are doing proper budgeting and managing their resources well, isn't it typical that they extrapolate what they need for their programs over a 12-month period? And isn't it typical also between Department Administration, depending on the agencies, maybe a 1, 2, or sometimes even a quarterly allotment schedule so that they manage their cash, what they need for that month, going throughout a 12-month period?
Absolutely, Senator. Every year, departments and agencies are required to submit an allotment schedule by October 15 to the Bureau of Budget. That allotment plan kind of plans out their expenditures throughout the fiscal year. It includes personnel services costs, supplies, materials, contracts, and utility costs to cover the costs for the 12 months going forward. Proper planning will show you that if you do it properly, you'll always have sufficient funds to cover your expenses as they come due.
So, Steve, would it matter if I'm an agency and I have a $6 million appropriation or a $3 million appropriation, but I have an allotment schedule for the programs that I have? I have that cash because it's a 12-month period. I allot to those programs for the federal match and whatever else. And if it starts to rise, what can I do?
Again, Senator, allotment schedules are pegged basically on what BBMR and Department of Administration will estimate the collection of cash to support those allotments. Bureau of Budget, when we release allotments, is based basically on the projected cash flow that comes in, which is also verified by DOA. There are going to be some times when cash don't come in, the revenues don't come in on a timely basis. They may hold the allotments, or BOA may not process them. But in terms of the departments following their allotment schedule, they will continue to. They will incur some roadblocks, and it's basically just the system, whether it be the funds not being certified on the documents, not being processed properly, the DOA, or being held up at the GSA, for whatever, or even the AG's office for contracts. But in due diligence, if they do follow their allotment schedule, they should be able to, meet all their program expenses and requirements throughout the year.
Steve, I'm going to give you a scenario. I'm the director of Jibwick. I'm watching the program and I say, wow, the first month we're doing our federal match. We need to increase because the program is being funded at this level. We're being told by our partners, hey, you've got a, $175,000 this month pegged against it, but you need 250 because that's the way it's tracking. Is it a scenario, is this foreign for me to go to my ASO and say, hey, can you call DOA? Can you do a journal voucher and make sure that you move object categories and get another allotment to us for $100,000? Is that unheard of?
Senator, again, in the scenario that you're referring to, departments are supposed to operate within the level they're authorized to operate with. Their expenses normally are pegged against the allotments that they already set forth for the 12 months going forward. What's happening here with a lot of the departments are that when they get, and I kind of like always refer to it as a bonus in one fiscal year, 1 year they're given $1 million, $2 million as an amendment to their budget for whatever reason they received the appropriation for. So in the case of some programs, and as far as the budget is concerned, it's done through floor amendments because it's not within the budget bill. So when these floor amendments are passed, what happens is it increases the original budget ceiling that's in the S bill. For example, if a department is appropriated $1 million to a floor amendment, they're given $2 million. All of a sudden, that ceiling becomes $3 million. But the original budget was $1 million. So we go forth the next fiscal year. Instead of looking at the department's operation only at $1 million, which that's what it was for the last 5-10 years, in 1 year, it tripled to $1 million to $3 million. That that becomes part of the fixed cost of the agencies. Now there's an obligation. At a certain point, it's an obligation. Do we fund going forward the agency at that new level of $3 million, or do we go back and say, you know what, that was a bonus year. That was money that we had at the time. But we're back to realization and says, we cannot be spending at that rate. So we bring it back, and we'll probably fund half. Hey, the best we can do is half, okay? But it seems right now that, and that seems the thought now is that we're not funding these agencies at the current level that they're at. But if you look at some of these programs, they've doubled or tripled their program costs in 1 year.
So, Steve, I just want to cut to the chase. So for me to be able to move money shouldn't be hard.
If you have the money within your agency, yes, you can do it.
And if I had an advance in my allotment schedule and I was tracking and I needed more money, I'd go to the governor and ask for a transfer.
The governor's transfer is a mechanism to provide additional funds to the department should those funds be needed.
You mentioned to me that on the line agencies, there's close to $20 million lapsing across all the agencies that the governor has control under.
As of the last reporting, I think was last month, I think the amount I think is closer to 18 million, but yes, that's how much money that was available as of the May CER report.
Steve, don't you think that a good chief executive, along with a good BBMR director, along with a good DOD director, with that kind of flexibility, would have no problem covering a program that is required to receive the funding to provide the services, the critical services, especially when those services are reimbursable and they raise the cap?
If you're asking me my opinion, Senator,
I hope it's yes.
my experience as, and I've been a director of a couple of departments in the past, my experience, Senator, will tell me that I will never overcommit my department to a level that is not authorized within my budget. If there are additional funds I need to provide certain services that I cannot fund within that level, there are mechanisms and options and avenues I can take to do that.
That's my point.
But I will never, ever go over my appropriation level for my agency.
So I'm a director. I'm sitting there. I look at my budget. I say, wow, I'm lapsing $900,000. I'm getting a $2 million increase. The EBR, yes, is pegged against. Okay, I guess my time is up.
Yeah, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my time, Senator Duenas.
Oh, thank you, Senator Lohan.
Your 5-minute time is yielded to Senator Duenas.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, the EBR, yes, you know, they kind of met me somewhere in the halfway point because they did give me a $2 million increase. If I'm a director and I'm saying to you, Steve, that, you know, I really would like the EBR, but me and the ASO can work with that. Don't you think that's what they're saying? That, okay, if we get this, we know that it's a 12-month budget. We get into the, you know, we open up the books on October 1st. We load our accounts. We start letting our federal partners and everybody else know we're ready to roll. We got the matching. Let's get going. We enter into the contracts. The contracts are there for the services. We make sure all the services are available. We get started, and we watch how the program tracks with the overall lump sum budget that I was given. Is that pretty accurate?
Yes, it is, Senator. You know, the other thing, too, is that when departments obligate and contract for services, they need to also understand the long-term effect these services and requirements are going to have on the agencies. Federal grants normally are received annually. You have continuing federal grants, you have consolidated federal grants, you have non-competitive federal grants. There's so many different grants that are floating out in GovGuam. When we apply for the federal grants, everybody is good with it because it takes the burden off the general fund or any local funds. But once you apply for the federal grants and these federal programs come embedded as part of the services of the program or the department, nobody complains about the program. But once the funding ends, now that's the decision the government needs to decide what it's going to do. Do we go ahead and continue these programs and augment it with general fund money or any type of local fund monies? Or do we just say, you know what, we can't afford it anymore? These are the decisions that have to be made by the administration and the legislature. It's not a matter of we don't want to fund them. There are hundreds of millions of worth of federal programs out there in Government of Guam right now. If half of these programs, say 50 million, should end September 30th, is the Government of Guam obligated to continuously fund these programs? In my experience, there is nothing that I find in law that obligates the Government of Guam to fund these programs once the federal grant expires. Not one. I have not found one. And this is the question that has been lingering in the Bureau of Budget for years. So that's why we caution the agencies. In the forefront, we always say thank you. Thank you for seeking federal funds for these programs. But you also have to understand once the federal funds die, are no longer available, who is to fund these programs? Everybody looks to the general fund. And that's what's happening, I think, in the case of Drippert. That's in the case of Drippert. They were funded through a grant that is no longer available come FY27. Now, the question is, do we continue funding this program going in FY27, knowing that there's no more federal funds? And it applies to every federal grant that is being administered in the Government of Guam, no matter what agency.
Now, I know the question was posed to you a little bit snarky, but I'll ask it less snarky. You do read the news, I'm sure, and you do follow along with what's going on. The governor recently paid for $5 million worth of child care grant, right?
I read that in the media, yes.
That's what I thought. How did the governor do that?
Again, Senator, to answer that question, knowing what I know, is that she has options right now available to her.
That's what I thought.
One of the most obvious provision that she has is utilizing the governor's transfer, which is authorized in the FY26 Budget Act at a level of 50% transfer authority. Now, that 50% transfer authority is pegged on the total appropriations available in the FY26 budget that can be transferred. So, if you ask me, 5 million of what I know, what I think the estimated amount that's available for her, she can transfer, it's very minute. So 5 million, although it seems like it's a big amount, compared to what she has in terms of her 50% governor's transfer, it's a small amount.
Did she have to run down here and drop a piece of paper on her desk and say, get into session right now, I need $5 million?
To my recollection, I don't think that was done.
It wasn't, because I read the news and I listen to the news too. And the governor said, I care about this program, I care about our people, and I am going to make sure that that $5 million is available. And if I need to, I'll talk to the legislature down the line, and we'll see what we need to do in terms of a supplemental appropriation. Isn't that correct?
Yes, and just to be clear, utilizing the governor's transfer doesn't require the legislative approval.
That's right. Steve, you were aware, right, when we did self-insurance, when we switched over?
I was here, yes.
Yeah. You remember that program required a significant deposit in order to be able to get the program going, and to the tune of millions of dollars, to make sure that there was the initial ability for the government to pay claims, be able to get things started. I think the audit mentioned somewhere around $33 million. Do you reflect that? I'll tell you, it's true. I think it's the 24 audit, or maybe even the 23. You remember we needed to at least have a startup fund to be able to do self-insurance?
I remember the conversation, Senator, yes.
Don't you think that's another example of money's not appropriated, but I'm the governor, and we made a decision. We're going to do self-insurance. I need money. I got a big bank full of cash right over there. I'm going to deposit that cash into this account, and I'm going to tell DOA, fire away. You could stand up your self-insurance program. You can go and negotiate with the insurance companies. You can tell them these are the terms. You can tell the employees what their share is. You could tell them, no problem with the government share. I didn't get an appropriation from the legislature, but I don't need it. I'm doing self-insurance. Self-insurance is the way we're going to do things. Do you remember? Because you were around during that time, was being the OFB director. And did we have an emergency 911? Get into the committee of the whole legislature. I need money for self-insurance.
Senator, I remember several conversations regarding the self-insurance for Gov Guam, I think starting 24, if I believe, 23, 24. And one of the biggest questions that always came up was that how was the program going to be funded? We never got an answer. Nobody ever came to us, to the legislature OFB, to say, hey, is there any way you can identify X amount of money so we can do this self-insurance program in Government of Guam instead of bidding it out to 3 different insurance companies that we have to do every year, et cetera, et cetera. And if we did it in-house, we would save millions. That was the selling point of this whole Gov Guam self-insurance. And since then, Senator, I have not seen any type of request to appropriate for a self-insured Gov Guam program. How they're funding it is something they're doing it internally. Where they're getting the funding to fund this program, they're doing it internally.
Isn't that an example of how much power a governor has, that when you need funding for a program, when you need to take care of something, you can do it?
Given the provisions that are available to her or him, Senator, yes.
You know, some other remarks on the floor here, kind of chiding, and I have to say that I'm glad you said it along with me, that I remember you were in a education finance meeting. Tess, I got it. Few seconds here, so on with this. I remember you saying exactly what I said. You were quite frustrated with some of the discussion on lapses and how things were operating, and you were wondering because they were talking about not funding a program here, not funding a program there, and they didn't have money, and you said, what are you talking about? You don't have money. And you made it clear to them, you don't have a funding problem, you have an execution problem. Do you remember that?
That's correct, Senator.
Isn't $1.404 billion a lot of money?
For the size of an island like Guam, Senator, I personally believe, yes, that is a huge sum of money to an operator government this size. Yes.
And I'll close with Edward Burns' favorite quote. Senators, in the grand scheme of things, 10 million here and 10 million there, it's really little in comparison to a $1.4 billion budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Duenas. Senator Chalayi, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello, 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 hello. Thank you. I don't think it's little when you're talking about the things that we're talking about in the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. We're talking about, according to the director, a 988 lifeline, the suicide hotline, the mobile crisis response, the children's home-based services, the autism center. There was 25.4 suicides per 100,000 people on Guam, one of the highest levels in the nation. And those mostly affected people below the age of 30. There were 30,000 incidences or calls to that 988 center, according to the director. Mr. OFB Director, you said you didn't know that they had these needs, but the governor's budget, when did that come in? January?
The EBR was submitted to the legislature January 31st.
In January. These were all included in that EBR. Did we have a budget hearing for the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center?
I don't believe we had a budget hearing for behavioral health.
No, they didn't. There was no hearing for them. So representations that the director said she doesn't need this money in her budget, I think are inaccurate. In fact, they were completely contradictory to what the director said in the June oversight hearing, and that was in June. And we didn't get this substitute budget until July. So there's absolutely no way we didn't know about it. She said very, very clearly, according to the news, I'm reading a KUM article, she said a few months ago, after we had already submitted our fiscal year 27 budget requests, we were informed that the Trump administration is reducing CCDF allocations to territories. The programs supported by these federal funds are not peripheral, they are core components of our behavioral health safety net. They include the 988 Lifeline, Mobile Crisis Response Team, Children's Home-Based Services, Autism Services. family stabilization services that provide follow-up care after crisis, and the therapeutic group home serving youth with significant behavioral health needs. This is the 24-hour home for the youth. Some of them used to live in the States, and we were able to bring them back. And to say, oh, let the governor transfer, just maybe that's possible. And maybe that we're going to show again on our audit that we spend over 29 million above the appropriation levels because we didn't appropriate enough for certain agencies to function. And then we're cutting from other agencies without a plan, just in the middle of the year. And no one knows at this time what services the governor will have to cut in order to fund these programs. I think, I know the budget sets the priorities, and this budget says these are not a priority, but I disagree. We are in the middle of a methamphetamine crisis, suicide crisis for children. The youth in the therapeutic group home have nowhere else to go. The drop-in center for homeless that also is affected by this. Very few other places to go. The level 2 residential services for adults with serious mental illness, with or without disabilities. That was in the governor's budget request. That's Guma Mommy. I think we need to show what our priorities are as a legislature, and I don't know what all the talk about was, you know, the governor can do whatever she wants. Yes, she could. But so can we. So can we prioritize what we can see in our community as being the need? And when you said that the governor funded the child care, I think we clarified with BBMR that she actually didn't, despite the news release that she funded it. No one was funded. They weren't paid. Right? Isn't that what either DOA or BBMR testified earlier in the week? So I think while we're here for a budget for the sole purpose of determining the priorities of the taxpayers' funds, how they're going to be spent, I think it should be very, very clear that this is a priority of the Guam Legislature, of the people of Guam, despite what the legislature wants to say today.
Your time from Senator Parkinson. Yeah. She has declined that. Just for clarification, and we can play the tape back, I believe the DOA director said he has transferred and he is transferring the funds. Senator Perez, you're recognized.
I don't remember that, Mr. Chair, and if he was transferring it, wouldn't we have to see that? And we haven't seen any documents like that.
We can confirm, but I recall his statement exactly, that they were transferring the funds. Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Steve, what was the executive budget request for Guam Behavioral Health?
30.4 million, Senator.
30.4? And so this one only, for this budget, it's 21 million?
No.
Wait, what am I reading?
27.
27 budget is 27.4.
And the EBR was 30, what did you say again?
It's 30.4.
2 million.
Okay. So what is being cut, or where was the cuts made with this budget?
Blow that up, then. Yes, Senator, we didn't go into the programs and cut out a program. What we did is we used the baseline of what they had, make sure that we appropriated and covered fixed costs, which is personnel, utilities, et cetera, and then whatever else that we could fund within the level that was provided to JIPWIC is what was probably left over for contracts. Whatever they feel they want to fund out of that contract appropriation, that's up to them.
Okay, so it's a difference of how much? 2.5 million?
Well, 2.9 million.
2.9. Okay, so what the Guam Behavioral Health is saying is that they are unable to continue funding a current contract without this money. Are you aware of that? Did you have discussions with the director at all when you made this decision or when the decision was made?
I believe the discussion we had with the director was that we did discuss program requirements and we did discuss their department requirements. But at the end of our discussion, her response to us is that she'll live with whatever appropriation level is provided to her.
Okay, that's not what we're getting from the director. She's stating that she wasn't afforded a budget hearing, so the impact of this cut will basically cut the level 2 residential services for adults with serious mental illness, with or without intellectual disabilities, the drop-in center. It would also cut services to the Laddie Treatment Center, which is a 24-hour youth therapeutic group home. And so this, this is going to have a direct impact on their operations and the services to the people that depend upon it. And mind you that this does not cover the capacity of the needs of our community. They're limited by the funds, limited to the amount of people they can serve, and we know that the amount of need is much greater. In fact, they have a waiting list when it comes to meth detox. They have a continual waiting list of 20 individuals. So they can't treat everybody. As you know, we're in a meth crisis, and I don't see how that, we're cutting an agency when it's, when you talk about having to move funds around, 2.9 million is significant. You're talking about a group home. You're talking about people that need this service, and to suddenly drop it from them, we're turning our backs on most vulnerable populations. We're seeing a rise in also youth addiction. And this is the agency that can actually not only treat and rehabilitate, but they can also help with prevention. The numbers seem to have doubled since 2020 for youth. And we're not just talking about tobacco. This is also increases in meth use. How many vacancies are there in the budget, in this particular budget?
Right now, there's 39 listed in the budget, Senator.
39 individuals?
Yes.
And federal funds, What are the list of federal funds and when are they due to expire for this agency?
I'm not too sure when federal funds are going to expire for their programs, but I can get the information.
Okay, when can you do that?
I can get some time, get my staff to do it.
Okay, before the end of today?
I'm sure I can.
So the other thing that's important to know is that, you know, there may be issues with federal funding. As you know, they withdrew some funds. You know, we know with Guam EPA, for instance, they were defunded. And so this is a concern for many of our agencies. So we need to know how much of the funding that they use is supplemented by the federal government. And, you know, there's a potential if the federal funds are dropped, you know, we're going to lose services unless we can provide local funding. So that's the other question you could bring to your team is researching what federal funds are being used and the potential, therefore the potential for the need for covering those gaps. As far as special funds, do they have any special funds other than the Healthy Future Fund that's listed here?
Other than the Healthy Future Fund Center, the only other special fund they get appropriations from is from the Mental Health Substance Abuse Service Fund.
How's that tracking?
The fund right now is tracking slightly higher than the FY26 level, so we adopted basically the FY27 level for the program.
Okay, what does it amount to?
The total is $416,750.
Have they asked for any kind of capital improvement? Or are they in need of capital improvement, or that's not part of the budget?
Just to let the body know, on page 56, as well as page 55, their federal programs are listed and what general fund appropriations are going there. Section 2, detoxification rehabilitation services on 55. Section 3, focus on life suicide prevention program. Section 4, inpatient detoxification program, New Beginnings. Section 5, youth mental health first aid program. Section 6, mental health and substance abuse service fund, just so you can follow along with those programs. And the appropriations are there. That's in the budget that we gave you, the 194-page budget.
Yeah,
If
but
you're
not
going page by
everything.
page.
Not everything necessarily
Right.
is in this budget. I know.
Right.
I know that for a fact.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Just letting everyone know, because one of the programs you asked was already in the budget. Thanks.
The only appropriation asked for capital outlay in 27 was $80,000, and I believe that's to purchase vehicles.
In the budget, they do mention workload, I believe, right? In the opening of many of the divisions, if the agencies have divisions. So what was their expected workload for this particular cycle, fiscal year?
Senator, I can get back to you on that information.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Massey. Senator Parkinson, you're recognized.
Test.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in this Sunday. Always appreciate your willingness to answer questions for us. And I guess for a lot of these, because I'm hearing a common refrain about any shortages in programs, the governor could just make it work with their transfer authority. And I understand that that's a thing that we could possibly do, but I agree with the retiring speaker, one of the retiring speakers, that where we have the ability to be specific with our allocations, we should take that opportunity to do so. Because what it feels like we're doing is we have this BPT rollback that we're trying to push through. And there's these cuts that are going to have to come because of it. Steve, could we have filled a lot of these gaps if we had $120 million more? If we had $120 million more, would we be able to fill a lot of these gaps?
Hello? No, Senator, I think we didn't have any discrepancies based on the amount that you said, 120. We had none.
Yeah. Because, that's really what this 0.5% BPT rollback is going to end up costing us just in this budget cycle. In the first year, it cost us $40 million. This year, it's going to cost us $80 million for that rollback. What can we have done with $120 million more? We're talking about all these programs and things that are unfunded, and we're trying to duck the accountability by saying, well, the governor can make those hard choices about what it is to cut. Well, we're the legislature. We're the ones with the power of the purse. We're the ones with the power of the purse. And if we are going to be the body that cuts our revenue and reduces the BPT, then let's stand on that. Let's not hide behind the governor with her awesome magical governor wand, can use her transfer authority to fill any gaps that we are just leaving in this budget. Because we want to do the tax cuts and the rollback. We don't have the courage to make the hard choices on the line items of the budget. We just want to leave it to the governor. Talk up how much power this governor has to do these things. Consider the rhetoric that you use today, my colleagues in this body who are running for governor. Maybe someday you will be sitting in that chair. And will we be hearing the same thing then? That transfer authority is actually funding the government? Let's be honest with ourselves on what we're doing here. We have an increasing amount of problems piling up. I hear there might be another storm development on the horizon. Chances are we could be being hit with another storm coming through our area, and we might not come up so lucky in the future. Heaven forbid, knock on wood. The world is getting increasingly more chaotic. We're going through real cost of living problems, and this reduction of revenue is rearing its ugly head in these discussions. Every time we're having these conversations about what's not being funded this year, think about that. The one decision to roll back the BPT, that's rearing $120 million worth of holes since its implementation. And I get if you want to use that BPT for specific things. You want to dedicate that to infrastructure. You want to dedicate that to the hospital. You want to dedicate that to whatever, fine. But don't cut off the permanent funding source by giving away a permanent tax cut. We're still in this budget negotiation. There's still time to plug a lot of these holes by just going back to the previous status quo.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, and currently tracking 88 million excess revenue this year, doing pretty well. Senator Montanani, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also support the reduction, the half-point reduction in the BPT. I think it's shown that the sky did not fall. Like you said, there's $80 million in excess revenue. But what I don't, it's not that I don't agree, because it is a fact that the governor does have that 50% transfer authority, and we don't have to wait for the governor to transfer money where things are where we need money and where we need funding. But for Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center and just healthcare in general, public safety, education, those are, to me, the priorities, as well as the economy. And so what this budget does, it gives us a say. And like the previous speaker said, we do control the purse strings. So we prioritize, how the people's money is being spent. And so that's why I was kind of surprised with what they're receiving and some of the amendments that were asked by Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center regarding the $1.5 million to JIBWIC for Level 2 residential services for individuals with serious mental illness with or without an intellectual disability. The amount covers the 24-hour residential services for these clients, as well as the drop-in center known as Sagan Mommy. And this was in the latter part of June when I submitted these amendments. Appropriation, notwithstanding any other provision of law, the sum of 1.5 is hereby appropriated, this is the amendment, to the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center for 24-hour therapeutic group home residential services for children and adolescents with serious emotional disturbances. And then when was that OFB pre-budget meeting with Guam Behavioral? It's okay, there wasn't one. It was during the budget, not budget, but an oversight hearing that my colleagues are referencing, that we had learned that public health was going to discontinue providing federal grant money from the Child Care Development Fund. And this funding source is going to discontinue as of September 30th. And it was then when they revealed to us that that meant $4 million in federal grant money through a sub-grant to Guam Behavioral was no longer going to be available to them. And again, that was for the Mobile Crisis Response Team. That was $977,000. Family Stabilization Services, $391,000. Children's Home-Based Services, $418.8 Autism services, 1.4 million. Therapeutic group home step down, that's $750,000. And so this budget, I know and I get what you're saying, that it was funded by federal grant money, and it really is our decision if we want to continue providing local funds. And so that's a priority for me, anything that has to do with healthcare, education, public safety, and the economy. But this mobile crisis response team, and it was actually one of my colleagues who brought it up during that oversight hearing, that is something that is mandated in local law. Let me find it because I saved it. It is in Guam Statute 10 GCA Chapter 86, the authority for a mobile crisis response team. It was launched in 2022 by the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration. So again, this was a local program that was funded by federal grant money, and now we have the opportunity to say that this is a priority, all of this is a priority. We have an opportunity to say that we need to keep this mobile crisis response team because it responds to mental health and substance abuse crises in the community. Its mission is to de-escalate, stabilize, and reduce system utilization. We have an opportunity to say, yes, family stabilization services is a priority because it provides behavioral health services to justice-involved youth and also provides presence at CPS emergency shelter and the Department of Youth Affairs. We have an opportunity to say, yes, we prioritize children's home-based services. It provides in-home behavioral health supports and therapeutic interventions. This budget gives us a priority to say we support providing autism services to more than 3,500 families. We have an opportunity to say, yes, that we support providing therapeutic group home services, which my time is up, but I think you get what I'm
Mr. Chair,
saying.
I yield the rest of my time to Senator.
Thank you. You have 5 additional minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an opportunity to say yes, that we support therapeutic group home. That means that's 10 additional beds for CPS-involved youth for intensive psychiatric treatment, 24-hour therapeutic group home for children and adolescents with serious emotional disturbance. And I actually had a meeting with a group of mothers with autistic adults. And they'd gone through the system with DISID, but they aged out and they're adults now, but they really can't find any services here on Guam. And some of these programs here that are in here, that are in the budget, I don't see how it's enough. And I really hope that when we get to the miscellaneous provisions and some of the amendments that are proffered there, we say, yes, we care and we want to help our people who are suffering of mental illnesses, people with disabilities, with mental disabilities. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and we look forward to that section and affirmative votes on those amendments. Senator Bora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'm trying to wrap my head around, I know we're on healthcare, but really just the budget process, right? We talk about the 0.5% that we did last year, the 0.5% we're proposing now, how it's affecting, or at least some of the decisions we made that led us to where we're at with the current budget, the substitute version of the bill. And I think somebody asked this earlier, whether or not, what was the budget 2 fiscal years ago when it was at 5%? And was this legislature, the body at that time, able to fund every single thing that was a priority? Because I'm trying to understand whether or not, even if it was at 5%, would we all be sitting here today? Steve, do you think we would be sitting here pleased with the funding levels for every, as we go through the rest of the chapters?
Yes, Senator. Going back to maybe as far back as FY24, they actually have 4 contracts they implement in 24. Those same 4 contracts were carried over into FY25 and into FY26. In the FY27 budget, they're asking for additional contracts, contractual services for 27. Every year since FY24, we've increased their budget. So it's we're trying to keep up pace. We're trying to increase it and give them the funding needed to at least maintain what they had, at least in the current year and at least comparable to the previous fiscal year. But in 27, they're asking, I think, 2 or 3 million more over the FY26 appropriation.
So I guess my follow-up question is, and I know we've done this over the last year, because last year we went through the budget cycle. We were threatened that the sky was going to fall. We've come in here many times to appropriate additional funding to support. Are you confident, or do you believe, based on the tracking, or at least of the conservative budget that we have, that we'd be able to do a supplemental to support any shortfalls that may come up? I mean, I know you've been saying over and over the last couple of days that you're confident with your conversations with the agency contacts, maybe not the directors, that the agencies will make it work, but are you confident with the conservative budget that we had that we'll be able to support any of the emergencies? I think we've done a decent job over the last year with everything that's come up, and this body has been able to support it. But what are your thoughts based on the budget that is here before us and moving forward?
I hope the revenue tracking and the final revenue numbers, at least that materialized over the last 4 years, is an indication and proof that we're doing, the government is tracking well, is giving the government the ability to fund projects and what have you that come up that wasn't even part of the budget act itself. So as we move on after the fiscal year starts, we've been given the opportunity to fund a lot of things that weren't even thought of in the Budget Act, but are just as important, just as critical, and just as urgent. So having generated excess revenues over the last 4 years, I think, and I hope, and I honestly believe it will continue in FY27.
With some of the priorities that have been raised, at least in the last couple of days, do you think there are other areas in the budget that we could probably move some money from to support some of these? And I know you did your best to try and meet every agency. When we talk about, for me, like when we look at budgets and we look at priorities, right? We look at what is priority and what is urgent. I mean, do you think that there's some areas in the budget, and I know you did your best to try and fund every agency in their ask, but do you think that there's areas there or some other areas in the budget that we can move money from to support, like public safety, education, healthcare, and the government will still be okay and the sky will not fall?
Senator, the allocation of the revenues that we have adopted in the S bill, I think, was allocated based on our best ability, knowing what we had at the time. My priority, my position, my outlook on certain things may differ from others, and I'm sure they will. I'm just saying that what's in the S bill is our allocation from OFB based on all the information we had at the time when we developed it. If the body feels to reprogram some of those monies, that's the prerogative of the body. But if you're asking me if there's areas that we can move, again, I've already set my goals and basically what I feel is important, and I'd like to kind of maintain that. But it's not to say that it cannot be changed. I just also want to make it clear. It was around maybe a month later, other than today. For the last 3 years, we've come, at least for me, I've come here, actually the last 7, but more particularly the last 3 or 4 years. And I've come to this legislature, this hall, and presented a budget. And time again, every senator asked me the question, whether or not I feel the appropriation level given to the departments are adequate to cover all the expenses. And I honestly felt at the time, every year, I said yes. Well, at the end of the year, it proved that what I said was correct. It proved in FY25 what I said was correct. Every department in the government of Guam, with the exception of 2, lapsed. But when we first started the fiscal year, I was criticized all over the place that what we appropriated was insufficient to cover program costs, and I said no. But again, you're asking me the same question today. Do I feel it's adequate? Most definitely. This is my work, this is my presentation, it's my budget, but it's not final. It's up to the body to decide how the final allocation of revenues are to be determined, and I'm okay with that. I've done my work. It's up to you guys to do what you want to do.
Thank you. That was going to be my last question. Were you confident that the allocations that you have in this substitute version was going to keep the government operating to the end of the fiscal year? So thank you for that. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Chismasi, Senator Bora. Ranking member, we're going to take a 1-minute recess to reset the mics, and we'll be right back to you. Thank you. 1-minute recess. Committee of the Whole is back in order. Colleagues, just because there's been a lot of back and forth, I want to give you a clarification on programs. And if you need to, you can stop over and check OFB on the other side, and they'll give you this information as well. In this budget, detox rehab, focus, inpatient detox, new beginnings, and youth aid programs were $5 million. Fiscal year 27, we funded them at 2.5. That's correct. Additional programs, and this is why OFB keeps saying additional programs. Additional programs, mobile crisis, family stabilization, children homebound, autism sciences, therapeutic group home, $4 million for those additional programs were not in the EBR. So the talk of the EBR would have covered those programs is incorrect. They were not included in the EBR. Ranking Member Tina Rose Minya Barnes, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, and hold on. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity on this round. Don't have too much questions, but I just want to maybe make sure I get this for the record, because as we look at the general fund appropriations for behavioral health, it's at $12,863,325, and then from the Healthy Futures funds, it's at $8,287,934 for a total of $21,151,259. I want to note that as the criticalness of all the programs that come in here, I wanted to note like the contracts that you noted from the detoxification, rehabilitation, the focus on the life suicide and all that you had just mentioned being new forms. I want to say that there have been programs that the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center have been managing for many, many years, and one that comes to mind is the Laddie Treatment Center, which has had a contract with behavioral health for over 21 years, and so is Gumamami is. I know that me, Robert Hoffman, and a lot of other folks in the community have been a part of that for almost 3 decades, if not over 3 decades, that is a part of this program too. And as I look at the funding sources here that's being provided, I know that I can't speak it now because we're not in the right section, but I want to note for the record that I am working with a colleague or two to see the amendments that are going to be put in the other provision to look at the programs that may have been shortchanged, at least for this. And, you know, some may agree with me, some may not. I see some funny faces coming my way, but, you know, I'm going to give it a shot. But behavioral health, Mr. Chair, is a very, very critical agency. I want to thank the director, the deputy, and all the staff there. And a lot of the programs that they do, our constituents have no control. A lot of what we have there with behavioral health is a lot of court-ordered programs that we must abide with. So I'm going to continue to listen. I know that there's several more colleagues that need to speak, but I will note for the record that there are a couple of colleagues that I'm working with to see the other programs that have been around for more than 2 decades that need to be funded sufficiently, so that I will tackle that when that time comes. So thank you for letting me speak briefly on this chapter. Si Diyos masi.
Diyos masi, Ranking Member Tina Rose Munya Barnes. Senator San Agustin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I like to echo also the sentiments of majority of the colleagues that have spoken already. The shortfall. But exactly like the previous speaker mentioned, we're not at the appropriate chapter. And I understand your stand that to stick with the budget we're presented and we'll deal with what adjustment we need to make at the appropriate chapter. And I agree with you. You mentioned earlier 88 million surplus. Great. I see half of that, or just a little bit over half, available. That could be available. And I think at that point, then that's when we should discuss, and because it doesn't impact the budget. It covers the shortfall that everyone seems to be talking about. And I can understand where they come from. But we got to do this. We got to take care of the budget, deal in the appropriate chapter, address it, then we can move on. And I think everybody will be happy because we're going to come to terms. Because I heard you say that when we're at that appropriate chapter, you're comfortable with it, because then your real job is almost done already. And then we can move on. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I have nothing else to say. I'm just going to wait and listen and wait for the appropriate chapter. Thank you.
Senator San Agustin. Vice Speaker Ada.
Nothing on this chapter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Speaker. Senator Shelley Cabo.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really have nothing to ask, but I just want to remind this body that it doesn't look good on all of us if we will shortchange the people of Guam, the most vulnerable. And I know that the presiding speaker mentioned that there is still a chance to adjust things in a appropriate chapter, but let's just be mindful of our situation right now, wherein we cannot underfund or shortchange critical services and people that are, or individuals or groups that are truly in need. That's all I have to say. I have no questions in this particular segment for you, Mr. Steve. It will come up later. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Cabo. So, colleagues, we have completed part 3 of chapter 3. So we are now in part 4 of chapter 3, which is going to be the last part in this chapter, and it is DISID, Department of Integrated Services for Individuals with Disabilities. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, Steve, I guess we should have done this to begin with, but and let's start first with DISID here. And if you can't provide the information for the other agencies that were in this chapter, what are their lapses? Or what do we anticipate their lapses to be?
For DISID, as of the May CER report, they're tracking about 91,000. In September of FY25, they lapsed 625,000, and in the FY24 audit, they lapsed 614,000.
Can you repeat that again?
For May CER report? Oh, the last one?
No, just repeat the whole thing again. I'm sorry.
Yes. For May CER, 91,000.
Okay.
For September CER, which is 25, it's 625,000. And for the 24 audit lapse is 614,000.
Just for the edification, well, with mental health, what was their lapses?
For mental health, as of the May CER report, we're tracking at 903,000.
How much?
903.
Okay.
For September 25, it's 2 million. And for the FY24 audit lapse showed 347,000.
Okay. And I do remember you did give for public health, so I'm not going to ask for that one. Okay. Now let's go with DISID. In comparison to the EBR And in comparison to what they were received in the last budget, where does this proposal land? First off, let's comparison with EBR.
I believe, Senator, it's approximately 500,000 is the difference.
More or less.
More.
So we're giving them $500,000 more.
No, that's the difference between the FY26 and the agency's request. What we're giving them in the OB is 253,000.
So they're getting more. That's.
Oh, wait, let me correct myself here. For the FY26 appropriation level, it's 3.8 million.
Okay.
For the FY27 EBR request, it's 8.2. There is a variance of 4.4 million.
Okay, that's the EBR.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what was the actual in 26 and the proposed in 27?
The actual for 26 is 3.8.
Okay.
And then the increase that we gave over the FY26 is 253,000.
So about 3.8 plus.
4.4 mil, 4.1.
Okay. You know, as in this, as well as with the previous, was there any indication of programs that were received or that they had implemented during the COVID ARP era that all of a sudden now is trying to jump over to the general fund area and that they want us to fund?
Senator, I would have to look back at least a couple of years to see if any one of those programs that they're operating now were actually funded out of federal grants, and those grants expired, and either were over either the last year, 2 years, or how far back was absorbed to the general fund.
And the reason I'm asking this is because I'm listening to the discussion, and it's going to be a discussion in this agency as it was in other agencies. You know, that we're not funding these programs. These programs are necessary. And if I can recall correctly, and I'm sure that your staff will be able to validate, is that these were in fact programs that were brought on during this era, during this time frame, with the warning that this was for those specific purpose for specific time period. And that we're not going to be able to fund it afterwards unless we do something about it. And now there's a cry that, oh, it's necessary, we have to continue it. You know, and sitting here and I'm looking at, you know, thank you very much for the comparison of documents, you know, the information provided in the EBR. And there are programs that were funded as a result of grants or programs that were started with the utilization of CARES and ARP money, and now all of a sudden becomes an obligation of the government. And now they look to you, and they're blaming you, and they're blaming us for not funding it. It was never meant to be that way. And there was never a plan to continue it, other than, oh, just throw it into the budget and they're going to fund it. And then we're forgetting where it comes from. So thank you for continuing to stand the ground on this thing, but I see where you're coming from. And there are programs that didn't exist before, or because they were funded otherwise, and now that the funding has gone, all of a sudden it becomes an obligation for us. So just to end this year, for DSID, it's close to, over the last 3 fiscal years, $1.3 million in excess funds. And funds they did not that's a predicate, to predicate any discussion about, oh, we're not funding them to the levels they need. We have been funding them to the levels they need, and they never used it. Now that we're trying to right-size it, we're in a big, bad business. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Sidus Masi, Vice Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to talk on DSID. So, Mr. Guerrero, may I remind you that you're under oath here today?
I believe my swearing-in is continuing to today, yes.
Okay. Because we're hearing from the director of DSID, and she's telling us that at no time did they inform the Office of Finance and Budget that they were applying for federal grants funding for direct services to supplement local funding, specific for in-home care services. They also say that the program that we were just discussing was never funded federally. It's always been funded locally.
Well, Senator, it appears that now what's happening is that it's coming down to who said what.
Yeah. That's why, again, we should have the agencies in here.
So
Because, I don't want to have to play this game where, he said, she said. I don't want to. But when he said one thing and she said that's not true, what position does that put us in trying to craft a budget that truly serves our people?
Well, the only response I'm going to give you, Senator, is information we receive from the agency. We can verify it, and that's it.
Vice Speaker, can I make a motion to bring in DSID?
At the onset of the committee to hold, the rules have already been established by the chair, so we're going to keep with those rules of engagement.
So I can't make the motion?
You can make a motion.
Yeah, I am. I'm making a motion to bring in DSID, and specifically for the reason that it appears we're receiving conflicting information from Mr. Guerrero, who I know is one of, you guys pretty much say he's one of you. So I'm not questioning that, but I do, again, want a different perspective from some of the people who lead these agencies who are definitely going to be impacted, even though we keep saying, oh, we're funding them sufficiently. So that's my motion, sir.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to bring in DSID. All those in favor of the motion to bring in DSID, please signify by raising your hand. There's an objection. All those in favor? Motion fails.
Okay. I think, the people, those of them who know that we're in here on a Sunday watching, they see what's happening here is this need to over-explain why we're shortchanging the most vulnerable in our community with this substitute budget, whether it's the kids with autism, people who are trying to take their own lives, Guam Mommy Group Home, or DSID. We're talking about an agency that serves individuals with disabilities. And the reason why these agencies are coming in short, we're not having these critical programs funded, is because of the business privilege tax rollback. No matter what you say, we're approaching this budget with this mentality from the majority that we have to take care of the big businesses first. Those struggling with addiction, kids with autism, those who have suicidal ideations, individuals with disabilities, they're supplemental to this budget process. They are an afterthought. They take a back seat because the first order of business is to take another $40 million off the top of this fiscal year to give it to big businesses who already got a $40 million cut in the previous fiscal year. And so now we're doing all this verbal gymnastics and painting this narrative that all of these agencies have lapses, so they're okay. Because they have so many mandates to meet. Some of them, a lot of them apparently were not able to spend all the money we budgeted for them. But it's my understanding when you go and you talk to these agencies, although the Republican majority is trying to paint this image that these lapsed funds, it's like the dragon in the cave sitting on top of all the gold coins. And that's not the case. A lot of these so-called lapsed funds are earmarked, are obligated, are for projects that maybe because of staffing shortages or procurement delays or whatever, these agencies weren't able to get around to spending that money. And so all of this is necessary because the first order of business is they have to defend giving $40 million to the big businesses. And we'll just try and figure out everything else because that was the first order of business. And what we're hearing from these agencies is that critical services are not going to be funded. Vulnerable members of our community are going to be left out in the cold because you guys wanted to roll it back another 0.5%. And that means $40 million less on the table to fund things that absolutely serve the most vulnerable in our community.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Senator Chalahi, any questions on Chapter 3, Part 4?
Yes, thank you.
You're recognized.
So, BBMR reminded us that the current substitute budget bill has come out of the committee, reduced funding for DSID by $1.8 million versus the executive budget request. So, but OFB is saying, but they did increase from last year's budget by $253,000. Can you tell us, what would be the organic increase of this agency without increasing any programs or any enrollment in any of their programs? Meaning, I think you've explained that to us before to be just with the same employees, going to the next year with their increments and all that.
The organic growth, Senator, that we normally apply to annual budgets are costs such as personnel, increments, adjustment in retirement, adjustment in the benefits. We also make some adjustments to retrend at least utilities, and basically that's really all that we consider in terms of organic growth.
All right, so what would that have been for this agency?
What is the organic growth?
Yes.
For this alone is 60,000.
Okay, so you gave them about 90,000 more than that, right? 100, yeah, about 100,000 more than what their organic growth would have been. So $100,000. But what they were really asking for was, in the 1.8 million increase, was because they are at 141 in their in-home care stipends program, 141 people, that's a high demand, and they want to expand that program. So that's part of what they wanted the 1.8 million for. They also run a 24-hour residential care center for adults, and they run a central adult daycare center. Those, again, are also, I think, full capacity. They wanted to open a southern daycare center for adults. That's what they wanted an additional $250,000 for. So with this budget, they will not be able to expand the adult daycares to the south. They will not be able to expand from any current clients their in-home care stipends. I don't know if you've heard any of these hearings that we've had with DISIT, but they are, I mean, the constituents or the customers of DISIT that come in, the clients that come in and ask, you know, for us to help, it's, a lot of it is for this in-home care expansion. They also asked for an increase in the local match for the Division of Voc Rehab. So it looks like that we're, you know, some of this that they wanted to expand, and they were under high criticism. I don't know if you remember this when they were here. And, you know, we are demanding, I think the people are demanding of them. I mean, the public really reacted to that oversight hearing because they want more services for people with disabilities in our community. They want to take care of our adults who require daycare center programs or benefit from those things. And so, again, it was a $1.8 million that they were looking for to increase in their budget. And I guess I'm just going to state on the record, yeah, my concern with this term that we are going to right-size DISIT. I think we have underserved our persons with disabilities on Guam for years, and we are trying so hard to expand services with DISIT, and it's a direct correlation between how many they can serve, mostly with contracts, in these programs, and the money that we give them. So I think right-sizing services to persons with disabilities in our community would be increasing that way beyond, you know, $100,000 a year. I mean, I think they've done a good job at justifying what they're going to spend this on. And I think the people of the South would be very, it's not even happy. It's a relief to know that they're going to get some easier way to take care of our manamko by bringing them to a center that is so much closer to the people of the South. It's cutting the travel time. And so, yeah, I objected that we didn't find enough money for the DISIT.
Thank you, Senator Chalayi. Senator Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Speaker. Yeah, I just want to echo some of the sentiments of the retiring speaker that there is these shortfalls in these services for vulnerable people. And I agree with her. If we're talking about right-sizing these programs, it should be to expand and fund them more, not to provide less. like there is a trend I'm noticing where we run into some questions about funding for this agency and that agency and whether it'll be enough. And, you know, inevitably comes to the point of, yeah, we'll have a supplemental budget or a supplemental session for it, and we'll take care of it later. And when I think about these services that this provides and other agencies with similar mandates, is that rather than putting them onto the back burner with we should be prioritizing them. Instead of putting them in the back burner with supplemental hearings and supplemental budgets and we'll see what we have available at the end of the year, we should be putting them front and center because they don't grow at incredibly big rates. Their growth is still at a very manageable level. And so I think that it's valuable for our community to have these extra services because a little bit of these services goes a long way for some of these villages, especially down in the South, that is very lacking in a lot of care. We are lacking in a lot of the tools and resources we need. Yeah, sure, okay, we've done a great shell game and everything is properly funded on paper, but we all know we have more problems that we could use more money to fix. There is an unlimited amount of problems, and it feels like just as you're solving one, more of them pop up. And that's why I just feel it's so damaging for us to be taking permanent cuts to our long-term revenue sources, especially in the midst of a massive military buildup. At what point do we take advantage of it before it takes advantage of us? I don't know. But we're seeing the effects of us not taking the right steps towards extracting a fair value, because we're seeing it in the shortages of services where we have to throw up our hands and say, we don't know what to cut. We'll just leave it up to the governor, let her use her transfer authority because we can't or won't do it. And so, no, I'm very impressed with the work that DISA does. They're not a very big agency, but I do think they do important work, and we dismiss them or right-size them at our own peril. And I hope that as we go through these questions and answers, like some of my colleagues in the majority see that even among their own agencies, that there's needs that are not being met, that should be able to be met, that could be met. What could we do with $120 million more? Because, you know, with the 0.5% over the course of 2 years, that's $80 million. We're looking to add another $40 million to that with another reduction of the BPT. $120 million. I'm not saying it's going to solve all of our problems, because we've already shown through just our long history that once you solve one problem, more pops its head up. But we're never going to do it with less resources. We need more to do more. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Parkinson. Senator Mantanani, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be yielding my time to the Oversight Chair of DISID, who I will say has done a wonderful job in her oversight, considering the fact that she held an oversight hearing over DISID and had an opportunity to hear from them themselves. And it was an oversight hearing. It was the first time that was held in 6 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mantanani. Senator Lujan. Ranking Member Munya Barnes, any questions, comments on DISID?
Not at this time, Vice Speaker. I know that some of the concerns were brought up earlier in reference to the federal grants that are not being able to be tapped with the government. So those are the things that we're looking at this time.
Thank you, Ranking Member Munya Barnes.
Thank you.
Senator San Augustine.
Mr. Chairman, as I stated earlier on the previous part, there's an appropriate chapter to discuss the shortfalls that we're going to see on all the agencies. I will wait until that time.
Thank you, Senator San Augustine. Senator Calvo, you're recognized, ma'am. You have your Senator Matanani yielded her time for 5 minutes, so you have 10 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and dear colleagues, obviously we know that we're confronted with, I know this is only one section of this whole budget, and I understand that we're trying to balance everything, but we cannot shortchange DISID by $1.8 million. Their initiatives, their programs will crumble down. We already know that. You know, one of my colleagues mentioned earlier about the oversight. Yes, we haven't had an oversight in a while. And in the last oversight about a month and a half ago, it yielded good results from 15 partners, local business partners. DISID is up to 56 local partners. DISID is doing a good job. At this current state, colleagues, please, at this current state, DISID have to cut hours and days already in-home services at this current budget. So can you imagine, dear colleagues and people of Guam, if we do not provide this 1.8 additional funding? A lot of these services, this in-home service will suffer, will fall apart. Right now, what they're trying to do is expand. We need to expand in the southern villages. Why? Because they cannot come around here. Most of them don't have means of transportation. We don't have reliable transportation in our island. We need to open up. We need to support them. How much are they asking? 200,000+, and we can't give it to them? This 1.8 million is critical. Critical because right now, there's a lot of individuals who need in-home assistance, a line of them, who could not be accommodated. You know what this does to accommodate them? We had to cut hours. We have to cut days with the existing client to be able to accommodate new ones. If we clip their wings, if we do not fund them, what happens? There's no progress. And didn't we all run because we want to have a progressive Guam? Didn't we run because we wanted to be public servants? By underfunding critical services, we are not being a good public servant. These critical services must be supported. It must. 1.8 million is a lot of money. If we are able to fund and push millions and millions of dollars in other agencies that otherwise we should ask to tighten belts, then we can find a $1.8 million for DISID to assist our most vulnerable constituents here in our island. This is a time to step up to the plate, colleagues. We cannot underfund them by $1.8 million. That is a lot. This agency is one of the heart agencies. The heart. If we cannot assist this agency, then where is our heart? I don't know, colleagues, but I cannot sit here knowing that the most vulnerable population of Guam will be left behind. We have veterans here. We talk about, I'm not from military background, but I know military. We don't leave anyone behind. But this budget, this plan to award this much, shortened by 1.8, is clearly leaving the most vulnerable behind. Now, I cannot sit here and accept that. I'm sorry. This is not how we will represent the people of Guam. This is not how we should be as public servants. I'm so disappointed. I've been through this last year. I encourage all of you, my dear colleagues, to come here at my table. Look at my notes here. All my agencies, / status quo, / status quo, status quo, /. This is not even fair anymore. I know that we're trying to budget the budget, but the budget is not budgeting. The math is not mathing. I cannot sit here and see that we're going to push millions and millions of dollars in agencies, and then we are going to shortchange critical ones. I cannot anymore. We need to do something about this. This is not fair. I'm not even asking for fair anymore. What I'm asking for is what is right. What is right. Not to right size, but what is right. We need to do what is right. Dear colleagues, we're only in chapter 3. Can you imagine how many more times I will have to go through this with all my other oversights? We're only in chapter 3. I know we want to wrap this up. But how am I going to agree with this when I know that the heart and the soul of this government, and I'm talking about the agencies, the heart and the souls, are going to be treated as such? Where is our heart and soul then? Does this budget speak of the heart and the soul? No, it does not. This is not fair. This is not balanced. In some areas, sure, I will agree. I know, I understand it's not easy to budget. But at least let's be fair. Let's do the right thing. $1.8 million. If we can give 5, 10, 14, 20 millions to other agencies, then we can find the $1.8 million for DSID. I'm going to proffer an amendment. My dear colleagues, please, I beg you, please support it. I have nothing further to say. I have to save my energy for my other oversight. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Senator Calvo. Senator
And I'd like to also thank Senator Matanani for yielding her time.
Thank you,
Appreciate it, Senator.
Senator Tidigo, you're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since we've been here, I've never heard Senator Calvo speak so passionately and fighting for her agency and done so well. I hope it does hit everyone's heart. DICIT is not one of those, sexy agencies. Neither is Guam Behavioral Wellness. These are agencies that are always left behind and are the last to be given anything or the scraps on the table. And is this what this budget did? I do have a question, though. Did you have a pre-budget meeting, Steve, with DICIT?
No, we did not have a pre-budget meeting with the agencies, but were in contact with them via phone and email.
Well, I'm sure my colleagues have mentioned the text messages that we got when there was a comment that was made last night about DICIT. And they said, no, that's not true. I'm almost afraid to ask you anything, Steve, because we're hearing it's fine if it's one person, saying that he's not telling the truth. He's not being forthright. But we have 3 agencies. 3. And every time you say that you've spoken to someone or you've done your due diligence, which actually you haven't, because I did ask about your due diligence when it comes to getting a hold of, taking the extra step, collaborating with these agencies. And I've been here just as long as you have, Steve, and watched these agencies like DICIT, Guam Behavioral Wellness, and other agencies just being neglected, and it needs to stop. We can't wait until the end of a year to see how much excess revenue we have at the end of the year to give them what they were due the whole entire year. That has to stop. Last year in FY26, what was the ask from DICIT last year? What was the ask? Not what we appropriated, but what was the ask? From the general fund. We know that this year it was $2,329,297 million is what they got. But what was the ask last year for the FY26?
I'm getting that information, Senator.
Steve, for the sake of the time, and I know my colleagues are waiting, I did ask the Oversight Chair that what they asked for the FY26 budget with this year, they did not get what they asked for again. And again, we shortchanged them, like we're doing this time around. So, DICIT's work over the past years definitely reflected the deep commitment and the dignity and independence and inclusion of individuals with disability. That's the work they do. They bring them dignity. They work on providing independence for them. You know, recent reports also highlighted a major progress expanding in-home care services that was brought up, strengthening vocational rehabilitation for students and adults, and opening a Guam First Adult Daycare Center to provide safe structural support for these families who need it the most. They've donated wheelchairs, improved residential care, ensuring that no one was left behind. So we too not need to leave them behind, as we've been doing for years. So I ask too, as a supporting of the amendment that the Oversight Chair has for DISIT, to give them the money they need and stop this, you know, transfer authority stuff. That's not right. It's our obligation to give these agencies what they need to work with. Because if we can sit back here and saying, well, the governor has 50% transfer, what money is she going to take from to give to that other agency that needs it? Where is she going to shortchange for another agency? We're actually going to make her do that? No, this is our responsibility as a legislature to create a budget that's fair and appropriate the funding to them for that fiscal year and not wait to the end of the year. That's what we were voted in this body to do, not pass the buck. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Teitigui. Colleagues, that concludes Chapter 3 with Part 4 of DISID. We're going to go ahead and go on to the amendments. We're going to take a 2-minute recess.
Test, test. The Committee of the Whole is back in order. Colleagues, we are on amendments. The first amendment is proffered by Senator Sabrina Salas Montanani. It is SB 266 SSM P47. Senator Montanani, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment really is based on information from BBMR Director Lester Carlson, who requested for this correction so that the Guam Memorial Hospital could immediately get their $20 million that they've been waiting for.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Chalai, you recognize.
Yes, I'd just like OFB to let us know what is the effect of removing the one word? Net.
Take a 1-minute recess. Committee of the Whole is back in order. We will wait for OFB to arrive, but I can also answer that. While BBMR was here, and they'll confirm it, but yeah, they're on their way in as well. While BBMR was here, they said that the reason why they have not been giving or have not given the $20 million to GMH is because in their further reading of the way the amendment was worded in the fiscal year 2026 budget, the word net meant that it would have to be the audited revenues, meaning that you would not be able to see that appropriation until fiscal year 2028 if the audits were on time. And so if you remove the word net, then it means that the appropriation as it currently is enumerated of 20 million, the first 20 million of excess revenue, can be appropriated in the current year. Senator, can you address your question to Steve if you wish, because he's here?
Yes, I'm asking OFB.
Okay,
What is
so he just walked in, so
Yeah,
can you
I know.
readdress your question?
What is the effect of removing the one word net from the paragraph in the budget bill from last year? The net unobligated fiscal year general fund balance.
The term net, Senator, can be interpreted a couple of ways. All it's saying is that when you talk about a net balance, is a balance after you consider all encumbrances or anything pegged against the amount being provided. In other words, you have a revenue amount, you have public expenditures charged against that revenue amount, then whatever the balance is can be considered as a net balance. You can also consider and use the word net balance at the end of the fiscal year when the CR reports are done. The way it is presented right now in the monthly CR, they also refer to it as a net unobligated balance. And then as September 30th, they'll still use the same term as net unobligated. And all it's saying is that it's just the accumulation, taking everything into consideration, coming out with a bottom line number.
And so you're saying from your interpretation that removing this word means that GMH does not have to wait until the end of the fiscal audit is done for 2026, which according to BBMR is going to be like November, September 2027?
I'm assuming the way the bill is being presented is it's removing the word net, is to give the impression that whatever the unobligated balance is at the end of, normally the end of the the month would be the amount that would be available for use.
End of what month?
Doesn't matter, whatever the year or month you're referring to.
All right. Well, I didn't hear that from BBMR or DOA, so I'm asking them, and they don't seem to agree with that. That just removing this letter is going to make it that the fund balance is. They say the fund balance is not ascertainable until after the year end.
Okay,
when
we'll
either
take a 1 minute
reporting or
recess.
audit is complete.
Take a 1 minute recess. Committee of the Whole is back in order. Senator Talai, we're getting a message also, we're going to base ourselves on what we believe this to be accurate. So please continue with your discussion on the amendment.
Sure. This is a provision that's supposed to give $20 million to GMH last year. According to last year's budget, this was a provision in last year's budget. But we knew at the time that this money was not going to go to GMH until the audit was done. But the majority insisted on doing that anyways. And now we're going to amend it now. The fiscal year is almost done. We're going into the new fiscal year and finally trying to get GMH to get their money sooner rather than later. I think I put in a bill several months ago to actually do this as well, but that's not had a hearing. But this, you know, we knew at the time that GMH was short in their budget, especially according to their request. We had the whole entire GMH panel here last year, not like this year, and they told us exactly what they needed. So, but they were also saying, oh, yes, we support this, because I don't know what they were told. And so, of course, it's overdue to them. I think that they need this money to it's supposed to be for FY26 operational expenses, and they've got like a couple months to spend it. The same thing happened with the $34 million that I guess at the time we were calling it phantom money going to GMH, because it was very clear there was no such thing. They were not going to be able to get any money from that provision of the bill. So I want the money to go to GMH. You guys are saying that this language is going to get it to them sometime. I think it's not going to get to them again until the end of the fiscal year when the final report is done. And I think GMA should get it sooner. But that's fine if this is what the body wants to do. And that's what OFB is going to tell us, is that, again, that this is money that's going to get to them. We know it didn't get to them before when that was said. So I just certainly hope that this will get to GMH and they are going to be able to use it for the operational expenses, and maybe they will be able to use this. I just hope that they're not going to use it to repeat some of the contracts that they did before, such as revenue contracts that the auditor questioned, and now they want to go out for another revenue contract, or a contract to do a study of GMH management structure again, after GITA already paid for a study to be done on that, the results of which, yeah, they're very hesitant to disclose or to follow, I guess. But yes, but as to giving them money, I think that should be our goal. And I think it's a concern that it was not given to them earlier. Thank you.
Jesus Masi. On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Senator San Agustin, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, we're talking about that notwithstanding any provision of the first $20 million from the unobligated, correct? Striking the word net.
Correct, Senator.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we all understand that, like the previous speaker said, they didn't get the money, but if they did get the money and it wasn't obligated, then this would fall right in line then. Am I correct? Maybe Steve can answer that. Am I correct? If it was inbound and they weren't able to obligate it, this becomes appropriate, correct?
If the administration recognized basically the law, which stated that yes, 20 million of the net unobligated balance would be provided to GMH, then it would have shown in the CR report as an obligation against the balance. But to my knowledge, as of today, GMH has not received that 20 million.
But is it reflected that their money exists somewhere?
That, give me a moment and I'll check.
All right. I'm just curious if it's in part of the surplus. So the 88 becomes 68 now. I mean, that's what I'm perceiving now. And I'm going to safely assume that that's a very good assumption. Because we want to make sure, like I believe every colleague here will agree, is that we want to get them the money so they can do what they needed to get done, that they weren't able to get done in this current fiscal year.
Okay, Senator, we'll take a 1-minute recess while they do the research.
All right, no problem.
Senator, based on the May CER report.
Hang on. Can we have the holds back in order?
Yes, Mr.
Sorry,
Steve.
Mr. Chair. Senator, yeah, based on the May CER report, there is nothing indicating or showing that that $20 million was accounted for against the 2026 unobligated balance.
So the amendment is in order then? Would you say it is? I mean, it's safe to say the 20 million does exist. It's just a matter of now putting it in the budget to say it's there. And then the 88 becomes 68 or whatever that amount is now.
If you're referring to, sir, whether or not the current unobligated balance and the CR can absorb this 20 million. Utilizing Mr. Carlson's recent revelation of the June CR report showing an 88 million unobligated balance, subtracting all the obligations that we know that we need to charge against the 26 unobligated balance. I do believe that this 20 million can be absorbed by the unobligated balance, the current unobligated balance for FY26.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I fully support this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Masi, we're going to take a one-minute recess. Committee of the Whole is back in order. On the amendment, anybody, do you want to continue? Senator Joe, you're good? Okay, Ranking Member Tina Rose Munoz-Barnes, you recognize?
Situ Asmasi, Mr. Chair, and after listening to the retiring speaker ask, the good senator from Jigo ask about the unobligated fiscal year 2026 general fund balance, you know, and the 20 million coming from that for to go to the airport, I mean to the hospital from the fiscal year 2026. Maybe I can just ask OFB if they could be so kind as to making sure that all the other public laws that are there, do we have a breakdown in the list of all of them to date, so that we can make sure that this is a hard appropriation?
No, Senator, we have the listing of all those obligations that need to be charged against the net unobligated balance. Yes. Can
you provide us a copy just to make sure, or just?
There's only one through a public law that we need to account for, which is Public Law 38119. That is an appropriation to the Guam Legislature in the amount for $890,000 for, I believe, the AV system.
Oh,
yeah, here in the legislature. There's no other public law that's pegged against it right now, but there are other obligations that are posted against, and 4 of them are coming from the special funds as a result of these special funds not tracking. Those 4, as of the May, amounts to $23.3 million.
And earlier they said the unobligated was 88. Am I saying that right, sir?
I'm sorry?
Was 88 million? Unobligated?
23.4 million is the amount we need to set aside for the shortfall for the special funds.
No, but the total.
Total, based on Mr. Carlson's
CRER.
Yeah, well, his verbal one, because he didn't present it to us in a hard copy, was that what they were tracking for the month of June is 88 million.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Mr. Chair, based on the information provided and looking at the provision, notwithstanding any other provision, allow the first 20 million from the unobligated fiscal year 2026 general fund balance is appropriated to the Guam Memorial Hospital for the operational expenses for fiscal year 2026. I'm going to stand and rise in support of that. As always, we always talk about the hard work the hospital does. Again, I will note to the listening audience that our public hospital, the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority, does not refuse any patient that comes in. We cannot turn anybody away. They have been working really hard, and I want to thank the staff again and the leadership there for truly stepping up and really addressing the challenges that are there. And this $20 million is a part of moving forward and making sure that all those corrections and the challenges that continue to exist at the hospital will be addressed. So I'm going to stand and rise in support of this amendment and thank the Oversight Chair on Health for proffering that after listening to the earlier discussion. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak and support this amendment. Sidus Masi.
Buen provecho, Ranking Member. On the amendment, anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Okay, we'll take a 1-minute recess. Committee of the Whole is back in order. Senator Montanani, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on further discussion and clarity from BBMR, I'd like to amend my amendment.
Please proceed.
I'd like to strike out balance and insert the new language, which is revenue collected in excess of adopted fiscal year 2026.
Levels is appropriated, correct? Okay.
The levels is appropriated.
Yeah. On the amendment,
Wait,
Sorry,
doesn't
can you,
match
can you,
this.
say again?
What was that?
She said she's striking the word balance, but what she read doesn't match this provision.
There's a new amendment. I just mentioned that I'm making an amendment to my amendment.
We don't have it, Mr. Chair.
Take a 1-minute recess.
You can read it again.
Committee of the Whole is back in order. Senator Montanani, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully everyone received a copy, and I'll just read it from the beginning. It's to add a new section, Chapter 3, Part 1, Guam Memorial Hospital Authority of the bill to read. Section 6, Part 1, Chapter 3 of Public Law 3860 is amended to read Section 6, Unobligated Fiscal Year 2026 General Fund Balance Appropriation. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, the first $20 million from the scratch-out net unobligated fiscal year 2026 general fund scratch-out balance, insert revenue collected in excess of adopted FY 2026 levels is appropriated to the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority for operational expenses for fiscal year 2026. And again, this is clerks, legal, and Office of Finance and Budget to make any technical corrections. That is the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Montanani. On the amendment, anybody wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none. Go ahead, Senator Talai, and then Speaker Blas.
Yes, as I was saying earlier about the previous language, this language is much better. In fact, it looks so familiar. I think it's almost exactly my bill that's been pending in the Committee on Appropriations since December 2025, since we found out that GMH did not receive any of the 2026 excess and that there were actually excess. We've seen it for all these months, and we've just allowed to sit around and not give them the money after promising them in the last budget that they were going to get it. So, of course, I support this amendment to get them the money. We just went through this language, and you guys insisted it was correct, the previous language, and now we're changing it. So I just wish you would just tell us the truth the first time, or don't tell us it's correct if you don't think it's correct. Because that's what happens. And then the agencies, they rely on it, and then they're told, you know, halfway through the fiscal year, oh, you can't get your lapses, or you're not going to get any of the excess funds, and you're not going to get anything we promised you. So I don't want that to happen again. So I have no objection in this section to allowing the author of this amendment to substitute this language so that we're going to get it from the excess of the adopted FY26 levels, and give that to GMH, 20 million finally to Dilsmasi. And I just want to say, I don't understand why, if you're acknowledging that they needed it since FY26, which they were supposed to get it in FY26, which is almost over, why you wouldn't have moved on the bill that was pending since December 2025.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Senator San Agustin, sorry, I missed the speaker. Senator San Agustin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand again in support of this. The only thing I have reservations with is, but I'll introduce an amendment in the appropriate chapter later on. And my amendment, so that everybody understands this, unless somebody types faster, is to allow them to use the funds until fully expended. Okay? And just to make sure that if anything messes up their procurement to get things spent, this will protect them from that. And I'll do that amendment in the appropriate chapter later on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just Masi, Senator San Agustin. Senator Barnett, you're recognized. Okay, so the amendment, any objections to the amendment? Seeing and hearing none. Senator Montanani, you can continue your close. Yeah, it was the amendment to the amendment and it passed.
So is the earlier amendment withdrawn?
No, she just amended it. Yeah, so the amendment to the amendment just passed.
So, Mr. Chair, can we speak on the main amendment then? And you just gaveled down for the passage of the amendment to the amendment?
So
with
she
no objection?
proffered the amendment during her close, ma'am. So I already exhausted the floor. She proffered her amendment
okay, I
as a
understand.
close.
I understand.
Yes. Okay. You'd like to finish your close?
No.
Okay. Amendment passes. Colleagues, we're in recess. Committee of the Whole is back from recess. Colleagues, we are on TMT amendment, SB 266 TMT P47. I'm going to rule this amendment out of order. You cannot change last year's revenues in this year's budget. So this amendment is out of order.
Mr. Chair, where are you getting that rule?
From Office and Finance and Budget.
There are some times when we are not allowed to use excess unless we do go back and change the revenue. The rules keep changing and changing. There's no such rule that we cannot do that. We are the legislature. We can amend last year's budget revenue appropriations.
Motion
Of course
to overrule
we
the chair?
can.
Yeah. Would you like a motion to
No,
overrule the
I
chair?
object to you keeping changing the rules and making rules
I
up, Mr. Chair.
Ma'am, Senator,
If
I did
the-
not
if-
change the rules. The rule was made. You want
There's
to
no
ask
such
Office of
rule.
Finance and Budget?
There is no such rule.
I will yield to Office of Finance and Budget because they were the one who made the
Is the Office
recommendation.
and Finance Budget saying that the legislature cannot amend the revenue projections that were made in the fiscal year 2026
That's why I'm
budget?
going to allow them to speak,
Because
ma'am.
we have done that so many times.
Are you going to allow them to speak?
I will.
Then thank you. Yield to them.
Okay, Senator, yes. It's not so much that
Are we not allowed to?
you're not allowed to.
That's
But
the
since the
question.
fiscal year is over, the revenues have already been posted and collected. It'd be difficult to go back and change these numbers once it's already recorded. So in other words, what we're saying is that if you're going to go back to something that has already been closed,
I don't
It's difficult-
understand. It's July 2026. It doesn't close until September 30, right?
we're talking about the current year appropriation.
Yes.
Okay, Senator, let me go back here a little bit. If we're talking about the FY26 revenue base, and the amendment is to change the revenues in a certain revenue category, if it's a current year, you can. If it's a previous year, it'd be difficult to do that. So I think that was the misunderstanding, and I stand corrected with my chairman. If it is current year revenues, we still have the ability to change it at this time until the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. Director. If I can proceed, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm going to also check, though, because I believe the prior amendment has already nullified this amendment.
Well, I'd just like to speak on it, Mr. Chair, if that's...
1 minute's recess.
What?
The Committee of the Whole is back in order. I'm going to rule this amendment out actually for two reasons, but I'm going to go back to the previous discussion. We are now here on the fiscal year 2027 budget. On page 1 of the budget, if you read under general provisions, except as otherwise provided by this act, the appropriations made by this act shall be available to pay for fiscal year 2027 obligations incurred on or after October 1, 2026, but no later than September 30, 2027. If any appropriations act is found contrary to federal law, well, that is something else. But that means that this amendment would only effectuate in 2027, not currently. So, and
Mr.
then
Chair.
the prior, excuse me, I still have the floor. Also, the prior amendment has already appropriated this 20 million for the same purpose. So the amendment is ruled out of order.
Mr. Chair, as you said, the prior amendment amends the FY26 budget. Supposedly, according to all of you, to make that money get to GMH immediately, meaning effective immediately, right? Not going to wait anymore until FY27. This amendment that you are ruling now out of order is exactly the same. It is an amendment to the FY26 budget, increasing the revenue so that there is enough revenue for the appropriation. And I know that we have done this in previous budgets because that's just another way of finding excess revenues or showing it in another way, in fact, more accurately. But, Mr. Chair, you keep changing the rules. You keep ruling that there's a rule that we can't do this, and you already, OFB, said, yes, of course we can amend the FY26 budget, right? Of course we can. We just did it in the previous amendment that passed.
But it won't be effectuated. It will be effectuated in 27, which will be too late. Senator, I've made my ruling.
So they're the same. They'll be effectuated whenever they're effectuated.
Do you make a motion to overrule the chair?
That's not. No, Mr. Chair, I am objecting to you allowing one and not another, then they are the exact same thing, amending the FY26 budget bill. No, I want you to be fair, Mr. Chair.
I'm fair.
And stop making rules up. Listen.
I'm fair.
So how is one amendment that amends FY26 budget allowed and another amendment that amends the FY26 budget not allowed?
Senator,
simple as that.
I have explained myself.
There's no legal barrier. It's a made-up barrier by you, Mr. Chair.
The amendment has just
even
passed.
Even after OFB said it is allowed.
Which makes this amendment moot. Do you make a motion to overrule the chair?
No, I want you to be fair, Mr. Chair. I'm calling a point of order. I want you to follow our rules, not make rules up.
You have to overrule the chair in order to make.
The chair doesn't get to rule things out of order that he just makes a rule up on it.
Senator, are you making a motion to overrule the chair?
There's no rule forbidding this amendment, Mr. Chair.
Senator, are you making a motion to overrule the chair?
Is there a rule? Please cite the rule that forbids this amendment.
Are you making a motion to overrule the chair?
I want you to cite your rule. I'm calling a point of order. I want you to cite the rule that allows you to rule.
I cited that the amendment is out of order because it has already, the previous amendment has nullified this appropriation.
How is that?
Because it's already been appropriated by the passage of the previous amendment.
You don't know that?
I do know that.
No, this is maybe to give another 20 million to GMH. You can't do that for me.
Senator, I've made a ruling.
Where does it get nullified? Where do you find that? You're interpreting things, Mr. Chair.
Are you making a motion to override the
chair? You are interpreting.
You
are making rules up and interpreting. I think if you would just let the amendment flow, we can decide if this is too much money to give to GMH or not. That's really it in FY26. Whether we want to amend the FY26 budget anymore or not. But for you to make rules up and to say one person can do it, but I can't do it, again, I don't understand this mentality. Or that you get to decide whether this appropriation to GMH is necessary or redundant or not. We're doing numbers here. We decide that.
Is there a motion to overrule the chair?
No, I am asking you to tell me which rule allows you to rule one amendment to the FY26 budget allowed and
Point
another
of order,
amendment
Mr.
to
Chair.
the
If there's no
FY26 budget
motion,
not
can we get
allowed.
moving?
Who's talking?
Yes. There has been a point of order made. Senator, are you making a motion to overrule the chair?
I want you to cite me your rule because you didn't cite that rule in the beginning when you laid down the rules. There is no such standing rule. There is no such Mason's rule. There is no such law.
In order
It's
to
completely
proceed,
fabricated.
in order to proceed, you must overrule the chair.
No,
The
in order
decision of the
for the
chair.
chair to rule something out of order, he's got to have some kind of a rule to follow.
I gave you a reason. There's been a prior appropriation that has exhausted the appropriation that your amendment calls for.
That's not true. We just heard
It is
from
true.
BBMR or OFB that there was $88 million excess. They put $23.4 million aside for special funds shortfall. The previous amendment gives a $20 million to GMH. There's still $45 million. So there's no such thing as
There
moot.
is no intention to have 40 million appropriated to GMH at this point.
This is 20 million.
Yeah, and on top of the other 20 million, that would be 40 million.
Well,
Senator,
that's
you
again
have been
your
ruled out of
opinion
order.
of
Yeah.
whether you want GMH to have money. That has
Senator,
nothing to do with a rule,
Your
Mr. Chair.
motion is out of order.
I would ask the body to
Do
please.
you wish to overrule the chair?
Can we follow rules in here? Again, we're going to do this.
The will of the body will be expressed once you make a motion to overrule the chair.
You can't cite a rule, can you? There is no such thing.
Senator, are
Making
you
things
making
up
a
for one
motion?
person versus any other.
Senator, are you making a motion to overrule the chair?
To make a motion for the chair, no, because that would just allow you to make up rules as we go along. Can you cite the rule that you told us in the beginning that forbids us from changing the FY26 budget?
Senator, are you making a motion to
Is there a
overrule the
rule?
chair?
Did you ever state a rule? There's none. Just ask legal. We can absolutely amend the FY26 budget.
Senator, are you making a motion to overrule the chair?
No, I am asking the chair to cite the rule that he's saying this is not allowed. You know there's none.
Senator,
But you
are
still
you making
insist.
a motion to
There's
overrule
no
the chair?
such rule.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, the rules of time and space, you cannot change something in next year's budget that impacts this year's budget, Mr. Chair. When next year's budget, kicks in, the revenue you are changing has passed already. So the fiscal year you are changing will be over. So that's my point of order, Mr.
That's
Chair.
not a rule either. That's an interpretation that contradicts everything. In fact,
Yes, I did
legal
rule the
says
same way
that,
on your point of order.
course, the legislature can
Yes.
amend the current fiscal year's
That's why I
budget
made the
while
ruling
discussing
when
a
you
future
moved the,
budget.
point of order. Senator.
Please
Thank you
ask
for
Point of
your
order,
legal.
Mr. Chair.
This is typically done.
And let's do this in order. Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Thank you, sir. Once the ruling of the chair has been announced, it is then the member's prerogative to ask for the body to overrule the chair, and if it's successful, then it's overruled. So the question here is as to whether or not you've already made a ruling on it, and if the member wants to move on overruling the chair, then that so motion be made. But other than that, there's no other discussion. Thank you very much.
Is that the case, Mr. Speaker, when they're making rules up or when they're just interpreting rules? Because he's just making one up
ruling-
now.
Address the
He
chair,
can't
please,
even
ma'am.
cite
ruling
one.
of the chair.
Follow the
chair has
rules
already
and
made a
address the
ruling.
chair.
Chair has already made
Follow the
ruling.
rules and address the chair, ma'am.
All right. So legal says, yes, legislatures can amend the current fiscal year budget while discussing a future budget. This is typically done. Lawmakers pass this bill to add, remove, or shift money in the active budget. Legislatures can pass this bill
Point
at
of
any
order, Mr.
time
Chair.
during the legislative session. It's common for lawmakers to review the current budget shortfalls or surpluses before passing next year's budget.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, point of order.
Sir, the chair has already made a ruling on it.
Correct.
And then it's the member's prerogative as to whether or not to ask for reconsideration of, for overruling of the rule, of the ruling of the chair. That is the only discussion allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is there a motion to overrule the chair, Senator?
What is the chair's ruling again?
The chair has ruled
That there's
your
such a rule?
amendment is out of order.
Why?
I cited it already.
No, but you changed your mind. First you said it was because we couldn't amend the current budget. Then OFB said, yes, you can. Then legal said, yes, you can. And then you said, because you don't want to give GMH 20 million more. Is that the reason? So which one?
We're moving to the next amendment. The next amendment is Amendment TMT. It's SB 266 TMT P54. Mangilao Public Health Facility. I'm going to rule this amendment out of order. This goes against Public Law 3863 that moved Mangilao Facility from DPHSS to GCC. Substantive policy change, and recommend to move this amendment to the miscellaneous provisions. Amendment is out of order.
Wait, Mr. Chair, this is not an amendment to any policy. It is strictly an appropriation. You can't even cite a policy in here. There's nothing that interferes with any former policy. It's an appropriation of $20 million for the refurbishment of the former Public Health Mangilao facility. No matter who owns it, this money is going to go to them to refurbish the facility. There's already an existing agreement as to how that facility is going to be redone. They are going to share it between GCC and Public Health, as was the policy that you're citing. This doesn't affect that at all. It actually gives them money to go forward with the study that has already been completed and the A&E that's supposed to be completed that we've already paid for. So
Yes.
this is an appropriation, that's all it is, exactly like the previously passed amendment was an appropriation to GMH. This is an appropriation as well of
Senator,
unaudited excess revenues. Same.
Senator, that appropriation was already appropriated in fiscal year 2026. This is a new appropriation,
Yes.
which means it should be in the miscellaneous provisions.
Okay.
Your amendment is
Why
out of order.
should it be in miscellaneous when this is for
It
public
is not
health?
in the chapter because it is not changing the revenues. It has to go into miscellaneous provisions.
What?
Because it's not proper in the chapter.
Why didn't the other
amendment-
one have to go to miscellaneous provisions?
Because of
This
the
was
fact-
for GMH,
Because it was already appropriated in 2026, in the 2026
but that's the reason
budget.
you told me my other amendment's not. Come on, Mr. Chair, do not be making rules up.
I'm not making
You know,
rules
this is
up.
an
This is-
amendment for this chapter of the bill. It's an appropriation, just like in FY26, when you put in the excess revenues for GMH, you put it in the GMH section.
They were
Right?
appropriated already.
It was exactly.
All we did was a
No,
language
in
change.
FY26.
We did a language
OFB, if you
change.
can confirm.
We
in
did a lang-
FY26, when this GMH 20 million appropriation for excess
Changed.
revenues was put in, it was put in the GMH section.
The amendment's
That's
out
why
of
I'm
order.
trying to
It should be
do
in
the
miscellaneous
exact same
provisions.
thing that we did last year and put in an appropriation in the public health section right now, right here.
The amendment's
While
out
we're
of
in-
order, Senator.
That's again making up rules, Mr. Chair.
You
What
wish-
rule did you say that we
you wish
can't
to
put
overrule the chair.
appropriations in this chapter?
We're moving to the next amendment.
No, because that affects many amendments that have been put in already for excess revenues to be spent by these agencies. And now you're going to rule them all out of order? Because you just made a rule up right now that now we can't put in appropriations for excess revenue? You didn't announce any rule like that.
They will be
during-
entertained in the miscellaneous provisions,
But what?
Senator.
But you never announced that. That's a made-up rule, Mr. Chair.
We are going to the next amendment. The
No,
next
I object,
amendment
Mr. Chair.
is
Mr. Chair,
There
can we
is
call
no
for a moment's
such
recess?
rule.
On a point of order, can we call for a moment's recess so you guys can discuss? Please, call for a moment's recess.
we are in recess. The committee holds back in order. We are now on amendment by Senator Cowell, SB 266.
Mr. Chair, my amendment.
SVC L5P57. This amendment also is ruled out of order.
Mr. Chair, on my amendment.
Moving on.
Mr. Chair,
on
this
my
will,
amendment.
will circle back during the miscellaneous, correct?
That's correct. And thank you for being accommodating on that. I'm sorry, we had talked about that earlier, yes. I'm sorry, Senator.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chair,
Mr. Chair.
Will be
on my
entertained
amendment,
in
Mr.
the,
Chair.
in the next, in the miscellaneous. I understood that that's what you're going to be doing, right? Is moving that?
Thank you, appreciate
Mr.
that,
Chair,
Mr.
when
Chair.
you
Thank you.
recessed, you were on my amendment. And
We are now on amendment
Chair.
SFP
Mr. Chair, point of order.
266.
Point of order.
SFP L8P54.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Uh,
Point of order.
This uses lapses at this point. This is also
Point
out
of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, mention your point of order, please.
Yes, when we recessed, we were on my amendment, and when you came back from recess, you skipped it. And we're still on my amendment, and
Senator,
this is
you make a
some,
motion
again,
to go back to your amendment?
No, I'm not making a motion to go back. I'm saying point of order. You didn't go back to where you went when you recessed.
We're in recess. The committee holds back in order. This time we are on...
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, your point of order?
Yes, on my amendment that you were trying to rule out of order because it was a policy change, I pointed out to you that there is no policy in this amendment. It is strictly an appropriation of excess 2026 funds, almost identical to the previous appropriation of 2026, funds that
Senator,
you ruled
do you
allowed.
wish to overrule the
And
chair?
you all have enough votes to vote this amendment down, but you do not have the power to make rules up after you read us the rules in the beginning of
you wish to
our
overrule the
committee
chair?
of the whole. That's what you have the power
We
to
are
do,
in
is read us
recess.
the rule, but not to change.
Committee of the Whole is back in order. We are now on
Mr. Chair, on my
Amendment
point of order,
SB.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, point of order?
Yes, I had raised it already maybe 2 times.
Yes.
You had said it's out of order because it changes the policy, and I showed you there is no policy here that's being changed. There's also, it follows the exact same pattern as the previous amendment that was passed and allowed by you. It also follows the exact same pattern as using excess appropriations in the
Senator-
FY26
Senator,
budget
the
bill
amendment,
that we
yes,
also passed, and
yes,
you
we
also allowed back
We
then.
discussed this already, and I said
And
that
we
it is
also went over the
appropriate in-
rules that you had given us in the beginning of the session, and there is no such rule that
It
you
is
are
appropriate
making up,
in the
Mr. Chair.
miscellaneous provisions. Would you wish to overrule
Say that
the chair?
again?
It is appropriate in the miscellaneous provisions.
It's also appropriate here,
Are-
Mr. Chair.
Are you moving to overrule the chair?
It's also appropriate here, isn't it, Mr. Chair?
Are
Like
you
it was in
moving-
FY26 for GMH and all other appropriations made in these other chapters?
It is appropriate in the miscellaneous provisions, and it's.
But it's
you
also
can place it
appropriate
there.
here, right, Mr. Chair? And is there a rule that you made that we could
Senator,
not
are
make
you-
appropriations
Chair,
for public
Mr.
health
Chair,
and
point
public
of
health?
information, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
For my specific amendment, since it keeps being brought up,
yes.
is it a new appropriation or am I amending the current
Yes.
fiscal year budget to
Thank you for the
allow
point of order. That's, yes.
to allow for an appropriation that they should be getting immediately?
That's
These
correct.
subsequent amendments that we keep referring to that you've been ruling out of order, are they new appropriations?
They are all new
Thank
appropriations.
you, because
Exactly.
I have
Yes.
amendments in the miscellaneous provisions because I understood the rule at the beginning.
There was no rule. Point of
heard the
order.
rule.
There is absolutely no rule.
I heard the rule.
I would like you
Absolutely.
to read it to me because
I'm not talking about
there
something in the
was no
standing
such
rules.
rule.
Yes.
It was the rules of engagement at the beginning.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There was no
Yes, and
such
I heard the
rule.
rules
Yes,
of
it was.
engagement.
You
So
have
did
to move.
I. And I'm asking the
and that's
chair
why
and
my
the clerk.
amendments for appropriations, new appropriations, are in the miscellaneous provisions.
That's correct.
There
And
is no
that's-
such rule in the rules of engagement. Mr. Chair, I would like you to take a recess and go read that. I thought that's what you were doing with all
Would
these
you-
recesses. If you could go read the rules
Would
that you
you-
read to us,
would you like
or
to
have
re-
the clerk read your entire rules of engagement, because that's a
are-
lie,
It was
Mr.
verbal.
Chair.
Legislature is in recess until tomorrow morning at 0900.